Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. We are off to the races, shall we? I have a couple of things that I'm going to try and aim to get done today. We'll see how that goes. I actually did quickly write down a short list of things that probably need to be my priorities in the near future in this game. So we're gonna work on that. Yeah. So I will just kind of start with a lot of that now. Okay, so I need to change you to 1. Actually, no, I'm not gonna change you to 1. I'm gonna move the grid to here. So grid will be value 3. You will retain being trim at 2. And that will retain being at that point. And V will stay at 4. So this would be 3 now. And it's basically that and that stay the same. So now this can be struct. Oops. Struct dot val here. And then I need to put in a replacement architecture for that. For scoping whether or not it pre-exists. So I can find one specifically for fucking that kind of cooldown. Because it would be easier to copy and paste. But I have a feeling I don't. Yeah, I've only got checking for triggers, not checking for cooldowns. Oh no, here we go. No, that's not quite what I want. Is there not one written to just replace a cooldown, is there? I know skill kind of does that, so maybe I need to just yoink the code from there. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Oh, I could probably just toss it through skill, the cooldown skill. Damn, I didn't even realize that it would be that easy. Fuck, I really scoped that correctly, huh? Again, a funny moment where I sit there and go, huh, I actually did that thing correctly. No, I can't, because I can't push through a unique function. I can only do that. Okay, no. So I didn't scope it perfectly. But it does mean I can just yoink a lot of this code. Alright. Yeah, so, okay, I kind of got an idea of what I do now. So scope, we're gonna go with name, and name is going to be neuro path. I mean element name equals self name. Then okay. This should see if there is a pre-existing version of this code. If there is, then it will replace it. If it isn't, then it won't care, which is the aim. Hey, Hyper. How's it going? It's going alright. Hope all's well with you as well. So that should solve the issue of the, like, level up thing. So specifically when leveling this will be handled, which is the only time that theoretically this should be getting changed at all. Because I'm not going to be having it influenced by cooldown reduction. It's a flat internal cooldown. Because if I had this handled by a cooldown reduction, it could just cause more issues and it would be interesting. Like, that's one of those times where it's a thing of, like, a player might go, oh, but that would be really cool to see. It's like, yeah, but it's actually just gonna do nothing. It's not going to influence the game in a positive way. So that's an important aspect to always remember with these. Which reminds me, I do probably need to put stat caps on at some point, just thinking about that with cooldowns, because there is an internal cap point for cooldowns, I believe, where, like, they can, like, they'll have to at least survive a frame worth of time. I probably should have a hard cap on cooldown no matter what, because the way the cooldown reduction works in this is it's progressively less impactful the more you have. Like, the higher the number, the less value you get per instance of cooldown reduction. Very much like if anyone's come across it, stuff like, I know, what's it called? League of Legends did that with their ability Haste, when it got changed to Haste instead of cooldown reduction. Then I know Warframe does that with its armor scaling. It's there's a specific term for the curve and I'm blanking on it right now. But it's basically, it's a thing where you get the most value, the lower, the most value per point of a value of the thing you get early on, and then the more you have of it, the less effective each additional point is, until eventually it just becomes negligible to nothing. You'll eventually hit 100% on most cases, but so what I mean by that, armor is actually probably one of the easiest ways to give an example of what I'm talking about. In Warframe, the calculation basically leads out as, like, if you have 300 armor, you're getting like 50% damage reduction or something like that. But if you have like an additional 300 armor, you don't get 100% damage reduction, you get kind of like 50% of that 50%, you get like 75%. It's not exactly that, but like it just progressively gives you less per instance. Which is very important because it helps slow down the curve of power level, but it still lets your players increment up. But as with going back to League of Legends Haste example, when I'm talking about cooldown rate, I probably, like cooldown reduction rate, I probably should approach it the similar way as the ability Haste in that, where there is a hard cap. Once you hit a specific value, it will not let you go above it, purely because it starts probably breaking the game at that point. I believe that's something like 500 ability haste, which gives you equivalent to like 80% cooldown rate, like cooldown reduction. So that makes a lot of sense. It's like anything lower than that, it means looping abilities becomes too easy. It means, like, potentially abilities will break because the cooldown is lower than the cast point, which is a bad time, because potentially that means you're accidentally recasting an ability multiple times while it's still casting. This was the case with... because Earth literally has that as its game mode, where you have the maxed out, like, it was 80% ability haste. Evelyn has an ability where you fire a needle, and then for a portion of time afterwards, you can recast up to 3 times to send out a kind of like spike line in the direction of a nearby enemy. With the cooldown rate being what it is, you could fire off the spike while still firing off the lines of damage, which means that you would just loop this weird cycle, which would just kind of give you carpal tunnel. It was worse before her rework, when all it would do is that you would have a less than, like, you had to bind her ability to a mouse wheel if you wanted to effectively use it before, because it would just be that spike effect that I was talking about, the line spike of damage. And the only way to cast it effectively at speed is to use a scroll wheel and just scroll up and down on it constantly to trigger the ability, because it was that fast of a cooldown. Now, obviously, I have the advantage that you don't have to manually input for the cooldowns, so carpal tunnel's a little less of a problem. But there's still just, like, lag issues, especially when we're talking about a multiplayer environment. Niche case scenarios, it's just probably better to have a hard capping on certain ability values. Damage I'm probably never going to cap, outside of a coding cap. Armor, same argument. But also with armor, I believe the minimum damage you can take is 1 no matter what. Like, if the damage reduction puts it below 1, but it was greater than 1 to begin with, you'll take 1 damage. But keep in mind that, like, players have thousands of health potentially, or a couple of hundred health. And then there's also regen, like health regen in the game. You'll probably, like, if you get to max armor, or like an armor value where everything's 1 damage to you, you'll probably be invincible. Like, in all intents of realistic purposing. So that's fine that that's gonna always have, like, that low point. But it just means that, like, you are taking damage. What's other ones? Area? Fuck it, area can be nearly uncapped. I don't care. If you find a way to get so much area that all of your attacks hit the entire map, go for it, chief. As long as it's not like a weird looping bug that I probably should solve. Because we've had that issue before, where there's certain ones where it would just loop the value up and up and up. And I'm like, well, that's a bug. Of course it is, it's Matara. No, but yeah, like, that's that thing of, like, I don't... Again, this gives an insight to the philosophy I've talked about before, where I want the players to have access to the most bullshit fun that they can. I'm just capping things off for safety's sake, and for, like, so everyone can actually play the game. I want to avoid lag. I want to enable every player that's playing at a time to enjoy the experience and be able to participate. And that's really important. Okay, so I've also stopped Vedal shouldn't be able to move now when paused, just with this little line of code here. Which will be good. The little tweaks here. Neuro should move perfectly fine. I will probably still need to add, like, a couple of safety net things. Specifically around walls. Like, nudging her out of walls is basically what I need to do. So... I'm trying to remember... That's the drone. Because, like, this should be preventing her from getting stuck in a wall. No, that's actually not getting applied to her. That's right. That's getting applied to the thing. But it should still be part of the code that the player has. I think I tweaked it slightly. No, it's considered standard movement. Okay. So we need to introduce something like this. To the pathing, just as a safety net. That's the... There is a very convoluted, roundabout way I could approach this. There is a very, very convoluted way I could approach this. But I don't think it's wise. I think it would be better to construct a place meeting thing. Similar to this, except what we will do is instead of this, it's, we'll do it like this. So this needs to be X, and this needs to be, So this actually needs to be... so X would be minus equal, X minus X previous. And this would be Y minus Y previous. That might work. Okay, let's just kind of do some general testing with this now. We'll see if Nero gets stuck in a wall at any point. This should help prevent it. But we need to test Vital's movement, and we need to see if there's any random crashes amongst everything. There we go. Interesting. So, name is not read before thing. Really? That's actually very confusing. Which one's name is not working? I would assume it's the element name. So let's actually run this in debug mode so I can find that out. I'm assuming it's element not returning a name, which is strange. I guess the list hasn't like been populated yet, so it's basically not got a value there, so it's failing to find an object. So I probably just need to have a preventative thing here to ensure if the array is empty to not even bother checking. That would make the most sense to me. Okay, once everything bloody loads, I can actually look and find out whether I'm talking out my ass or not. Come on, debug. Oh, is it not name that I have it under? Wait. So first of all, I see I screwed up there. Type. Gotcha. It wasn't a name, it was a type that I have it there for. That makes it easier. Okay. That should solve that problem. Okay. So that should have fully resolved this issue. Yep. Oh yeah, we still need to add pickup to Vedal. I wonder how annoying that's gonna be. Depends on how I want to handle it. Okay. I still love how, like, potent Iron Mike's, is on Neuro, just because she can kind of mostly tank, the effects coming her way, but, like, God, she needs to have damage on top of her. Those drones do, hurt the fact that they don't shoot directly on top of Neuro. I do wonder if that's maybe something we need to change, where their targeting is they target specifically the closest enemy to the player, instead of the closest enemy to themselves. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, let's try that out. Move randomly. We don't care about the move function. Attack function. What if we do that? Oh yeah, also, before I actually launch the game, so I want to think about how this gets done. I need to look at, like, is it core functioning that I have it under? No, I'm assuming then it's player functions. No. Where is the pickup core stuff? This will set me on the right way, right? There we go. So this should enable Vedal to pick up now. The question of not is, does he need code with pickups? He does. Okay, so I believe the summon core actually has a value for this. Can pick up. And then we go back to character. There we go. Hopefully that works. I might have to move some code around though. Because I might be forgetting something. Yeah, okay. So, since the summon doesn't have that logic written into it, it's probably actually just easier to write the logic onto the thing. Now that I think about it. So that might solve the problem. I'm not happy that this is on a step trigger, but we can solve it later more if we must. Like, at worst comes to worst, I put it on a cooldown instead, and make it every half-second update. To anyone that's wondering why I would even be complaining about doing an update on a step event like that, it's because since we're doing multiplayer, I want to reduce how many instance triggers there are. So we want to make it so it's just a lot easier for a... Well, this makes her able to pick up the experience a little bit more guaranteed. Here we go. So this is what I mean by, like, some of the stuff needs to be traded out for owner. So it'd be summon core dot owner. There we go. Okay. You know, one thing that I found really interesting recently. It's gonna... Is it gonna lag when I enter the new room? Yeah, it's because it's tabbed out. Oh, we're not launched. My bad. So there was a collab with a specific game planned with a bunch of content creators, right? This is very normal. But there was something fascinating about it. And this is a bit of a commentary moment of being careful who gets involved with what sometimes, and maybe better doing some research. And like thinking things through. So, Blue Archive, I think is the name of the game, was going to do a creator-sponsored event thing with a bunch of content creators. It had Gart, it had Mouse, it had... Fuck, I'm forgetting who. How dare I forget? And then it had Connor. And the thing is, to anyone that actually knows anything, they know that Connor would not have probably been the best individual to pick. Because Connor has gone and said himself a few times how he kind of sees a lot of that sort of stuff very much as like, oh no, that's just straight up like lolicon shit, right? And that's a very key thing to think about, because that, in the nicest sense, and I mean this with like the most care I can say on it, Blue Archive players have a huge stigmatism against people that say that stuff, partly because there are definitely some questionable characters in their roster, but at that same time, like that again, they're very defensive over it. And I found it very fascinating because, yeah, it was really not the right creators to do. Now, it was probably the case, and I mean this, like, being careful, Mouse and Connor was probably a package deal. Just being the case with that normally. But, yeah, that looks really, really bad when you think about it, right? So, yeah, no, that was real interesting. They did cancel the event by the request of players, which is kind of good that they did, because I do not think it would have gone well had they not. Yeah, no, it was kind of interesting. And yeah, it's just, it goes to show again, and we've seen this numerous times, that like, just because a content creator is big does not mean that they're the right person to sponsor or advertise your game. No, again, I have massive, like, love and everything towards Connor. I just know that that is not the kind of game he really should interact with, because it's not something he would like. And he would either have to do one or two things. He would have to bite his tongue and just say nothing, or he would say something that would be bad for that community. And this is where an argument's been put, another argument can get put forward, and this is something I've talked about, is why I probably won't get sponsorships a lot of the time. Is because I'll speak honestly about a product or some kind, anything like that, and I'll do that at this stage, which means that I'm potentially closing a bunch of doors for me in the future, because they might go find out about what I said at this point. Say, as an example, right? Like, I've spoken mostly positively around Star Rail, but I've also given some of my negative responses. I try and be critical about it, but I genuinely love the game and I think it's great. They might come back and see the negative statements I've made and go, or like someone will point out those to them if I got a sponsorship, and then they'd want to cut the sponsorship, which is not great. That's why I'll probably never get sponsored by like Raycon or most VPN services or Raid Shadow Legends or anything like that, is that I've kind of openly talked about like Manscaped as well. Like, I get the point of Manscaped. I'll be honest. It's probably a good product, but I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. I have a really, like $100 razor I got online, and I've used that for years. And it has almost all the attachments I need, and that's about it. And like, that's kind of basically the rough view I have towards this sort of stuff. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take away the drones firing close to Neuro, because I think what it's done is, while it hasn't changed the late game functionality of the weapon, and the early game functionality of the weapon still really, really touch and go. And it just means that you visually see the bullets fail more often because they're firing at the same target. So I'm gonna change that. That logic change didn't do what I wanted it to do. It didn't do enough of what I wanted it to do. It's probably the better way of looking at it. Happens. I make changes. Sometimes they're not good. This way, it makes them look more independent and interesting. Even if they're technically a little bit weaker. But, like, again, once they get to the higher level, it doesn't... It's probably not going to change visually how they function. It's just going to be a slight... possibly weaker in the later game by comparison, but it's going to visually look a lot better. Which is more important in my eyes. Because what I could potentially do is have it that with the projectile's movement towards the thing, instead of destroying the target, I could probably, like, copy the target point, replay that each time. So instead of, like, having target like this, I make it, target and target X and target Y separate values, and then have it imprint those on the end of every step of actions, and then move that through, and then just when it's not there, fail it. And that could probably work. That would resolve that issue, would make the lasers look better, and it would probably make it... Yeah, let's do that, actually. So we're going to have target, then we're going to have target X equals... dot... God damn it. Dot X. I'll do the same thing with Y. Then we come to here. I'm going to change this to this. Then we're going to have another if exists. For dealing the damage. And target X equals target dot X. There we go. So this should now change it. So if the target exists, it'll update the new targeting location point. So now the projectiles will always fire to the location. So this should look interestingly different. Because it means that, like, bullets will just hit zones. Like, hit in an area, hit an area that's not got the enemy anymore. Which will be fine. It just means that the fire should be a little bit more consistent. And it will look visually better. I failed to finish writing that correctly again. EU. There we go. Easy. Then finish undoing all of it. Undoing the removal. Easy fix. Okay, now they're no longer dealing the damage. That's why. Had the wrong check in there. That'll solve it. Had it as a not, it needs to be a, true. Just brain lag on that one. Poem. I'm gonna try seeing how this plays if I don't use the EX, because I've been using it to just make this function better. Because I actually do need to think very clearly about... There's two things that are coming to mind, right? So, one is the fact that we are supposed to... We're probably going to have to reduce the initial spawn rate and amount of enemies, because this is just obscene. Like, this is probably fine if you're in a multiplayer setting, but, like, this is going to kill Neuro in a second, before she even gets her additional level here. Okay. So that's a good point to be made. But it also begs the question, should we, like, maybe amp up, the initial power level of Neuro stuff? And how far can we even nudge that? Because it is... Neuro is a great example of her kit is really, really potent. So we have to be careful, because outside of making buffs that are unique specifically to Neuro, those weapons are going to be... like, that weapon and item are going to be really fucking strong on other characters. Especially summon characters. Like, one of the things I cannot, like, stress enough, is those like, the Swarm, the hard weapon, is going to be incredibly powerful on one or two characters I already have, listed to be made. Specifically, one is, like, Nyanna's, right? Nyanna's is a summons-orientated kit that has reduced cooldown rate, but extremely increased duration. Those drones probably scale better off duration than they do cooldown. So having negative cooldown rate, but, like, positive, duration, like, drastically positive duration, it's probably better. Because then they're just gonna stick around for longer. And, like, the damage output they have is really high. So, one of the things that I knew I was going to have to sort out at some point is, like, batch spawning rates increasing over time. I think I might do something about that soon. Which does kind of like bring to showing that how strong someone like Iron Mouse is. Iron Mouse is absolutely fucking nuts. She is probably still one of the strongest characters in the game, just by base damage and survivability alone. Mume's probably up there as well. Yeah, I'd say Mume's really up there as well at the moment. Matara I haven't tested enough, and she's got so much more of her kit that needs to be unlocked. At this point in time, I think she's still, like, missing... I haven't tested out her ability yet at all, and that's a lot of her, like, survivability backup. I'll be honest, I think Matara is just impossible to kill. Okay. I wonder. Okay, there we go. What was I looking for? There we go. Sorry, I was just double checking something. Oh, you know, I was just thinking about yesterday, right? I was really surprised how much I enjoyed playing Command & Conquer again. Like, I remember loving that game when I was younger. Again, I can say younger because it was like... What? I think the last time I played it was like 15 years ago. Just wild. No, it held up for fun's sake, at least. Don't get me wrong, it's substantially easier to play than I remember. Just because, like, that's also back in the era where, like, guides didn't exist, and while I had, some good experience with a lot of things, like, I'm probably lower APM than I used to be, but, like, my actions are more calculated and understood. Alright. Also, to be fair, the last time I was playing multiplayer, so it was probably a lot harder to play multiplayer than it is to play the campaign, realistically. Okay. So we'll have to lower batch size at some point. Well, scale it with, probably time, mainly? It's a curious one, because, like, so the game's supposed to be played, as fast as possible, right? So the question becomes, how fast do we want to make it? Because, like, if it's supposed to be speed orientating it, there's an aspect that it should be player level determines a little bit of the threat. What if we took this approach, a two-prong approach, where, level determines the power of the enemies, time determines how many enemies spawn. Because I feel like that compensates for it correctly. It means that the longer the game goes on, the more overswarmed you get, but the stronger you are, the stronger the enemies become. Now, obviously, it will be a scaling point that, like, the enemy's power level will probably never truly be stronger than the player's level, power level, because the player can choose options to optimize that power. But, like, I feel like as a player, the higher your, like, level, the more powerful the enemy's being makes more sense. To scale it. They'll scale probably quite linearly with level. Might be multiplier on base stat, and then it'll be, like, a fairly low one. So, as an example, we could probably make it like a 5th increase per level. So if, say, just giving a really good short example, if the enemy, I believe, like, the slimes have like 15 health or something, right? If the slime has 15 health, then one level will increase their health by 3. Like, one player level. Now, that will change the, like, breakpoint for a couple of weapons by, like, 1 tick. I think with the drones, that will change the power level to 2 additional shots. Right? To 3 additional shots. I might need to be lower than that then. We'll see. Because keep in mind that I'll probably... It's the question of, do I scale health and armor at the same time? If I do that, then it definitely has to be a lower variable. Because keep in mind, like, a level 3... heart is going to fucking demolish. Because at that point in time, the weapon's got 2 damage, 2 streams, and 3 drones spawned. With increased cooldown rate, so they'll basically be up like 90% of the time. Which is really strong when you think about that. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna grab this meme that I just quickly saw and post that in the Discord, because that's just funny. I love... People are gonna probably sit there and go, wait a minute, ain't he fucking streaming? No, this is the meme that I just saw that I thought was funny to share. It's just the best kind of combo. It's when you draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on the this creature, and you gain 1 life, and then whenever you gain life, draw a card. And it's just, I have an infinite combo and I'm not afraid to kill myself. I have an infinite combo. Don't test me. I didn't say an infinite combo that wins. I said an infinite combo. You do not have a way to, like, flash into Thassa's Oracle. You are dead as shit. Because none of those are optional. Can't remember what that actually partners with, that shark. Give me a sec, I'm curious. Because it has partners with, I just don't know, I don't remember what with. Off the top of my head. Sky Shark. That's having a combo you got there? Exactly. It's brawling that it goes. Sky Shark Rider. Whenever you discard a card, put one on counter on this and deal 1 damage to each opponent. Target shark gains current trample. Okay. So it's a Jeskai commander. Gotcha, Chief. I'm not gonna lie, that is really funny. I wonder if that other card's, like, in this list. Because, like, you could just have Laboratory Maniac. Yeah, Laboratory Maniac on the board and you win. And it just requires someone to try and enter. Oh, yeah, you could put Jaws in there. You could give Jaws Trample, even though it already has Trample. Congratulations. By the way, yes, this is actually a card. It's just Jaws. If you have a hard time reading the words on that card, congratulations. So does fucking everyone. When Jaws deals combat damage to a player, create that many blood tokens whenever a non-creature artifact is sacrificed or destroyed. Jaws deals 1 damage to each opponent. There you go. That's what it fucking says. It's a 3 and 2 red, which, yeah, by the way, that card is mono red. And it's a 5/5, because it's 5 out of 5. Now, again, if you have a hard time being able to understand what the fuck's going on that card, congratulations. That's a really funny idea, though, for a deck. It's just like... I am ready to just, like, burn my entire deck and get myself out of this fucking game. Don't you fucking test me, boy. Just at instant speed, do one of those, like, put your deck into your graveyard and just rotate that over and over again. And that'd be fucking funny. There is one that lets you go infinite with that. I think it's an enchantment. I can't remember the condition for it, though. But there is an enchantment that lets you sack the enchantment after a condition is met. And sacrifice the enchantment to shuffle your library back into your deck. And because the cost of doing that trigger is sacking the enchantment does hit the graveyard before you shuffle your deck. I can't remember which one it is, though. Because there's a whole argument about sagas that do that, and sagas do not go into the graveyard before the saga trigger is resolved. But yeah, how you going, Devil? Hope you've not banged your face into any more dark objects. Not shadow boxed with the demons anymore. Okay, so I think most of this is functioning pretty effectively now. What else would I want to do? 18-hour shift, and as soon as it was done, I had to drive 2 hours to a 2 hours work training. Oh, no. That sounds on the verge of, like, not okay. They shouldn't be asking you to do that. And the tire broke on the 2-hour return. Oh, fuck that. Wait, normally jobs have, like, a thing, or at least in my experience here in New Zealand, they have a thing where, like, they physically cannot ask you to work within, like, or do something within a scope of time after, like, the previous shift. You actually have to sign off if they're gonna do that to you. They can't just make you do it, and you normally, like, have to give really good evidence. Because that's just kind of fucked up. It's actually technically why I have many times broken that with death marches, because, like, and pay you 200 if you go. You go. Damn. Sounds like the fuel price. That's about it. No, fucking. I remember back when death marching and IT, right? You're doing that shit. You're like, you didn't even leave the office. You slept at the office, and you'd get back to work, and it's like, you do that for many days outside of, like, on it, and you just... Holy shit, what the fuck? Yeah, that tire's fucked up, huh? You do that many days, and then your ass is like, oh, have you been, like, giving the correct allocation between time? And it's like, no. Dude, I get, like, maybe 2-3 hours sleep, and then I'm immediately back on my desk. Like, I sleep under my desk, motherfucker. I'm actually trying to remember what the law is in New Zealand. NZ law, time between... law time between shifts. Yeah, I'm sure there's an employment law thing about this. We have specific, 10, so there, okay, so there's no hard locked thing, but guidelines emphasize, 10 plus hours between shifts. For sufficient recovery, sleep, and travel time, especially for night shifts. Right? We actually have a lot of, like, guidelines and lockouts for work stuff, if you see here. Like, when you're working, there's very set break periods by law. Most of the time it's not 10 minutes, it's normally 15 minutes, because it actually breaks up easier, on things. Yeah, I do know there is a limit on consecutive shifts, which again you can sign off on and they can circumvent if you sign off on it, but it only works for a limited time only. I remember that because we would have to sign off on it fairly regularly. Like fairly regularly when I was working at fast food, and at IT technically we had to, but like a lot of the time we didn't. Again, it's one of those things of like, it's just a lot of unchecked hours, and while sometimes we'd get overpay, paid for overtime, we wouldn't. We were normally given set allocation, and we had to work over that amount. So yeah, we did work without pay a lot. Like a full day before my next shift. It's like 24-hour one. Okay. Yikes. You know, fuck that. Cause yeah, it's like I've talked about this before, like I used to do like 11 days straight at like Macca's. But they would normally require a sign-off. So, at least that's something. But it was fucking terrible, no matter what. But yeah, like, also, to be fair, some of these laws are a bit more newer. Not sure when some of them were done. Oh! You wanna hear some random fucking funny fact I heard? And this is not something I was prepared for. This is probably not gonna, like, mean jack shit to the vast majority of people. But there's a funny fact I heard the other day. That the voice for Roth, which is the newest Warframe's proto-frame in Warframe. So basically the human version of Uriel. Roth's voice actor is the same voice actor for was it Emmett Shell from Final Fantasy, which is one of the major villains of Final Fantasy 14. Which I found wild to think about. So a lot of people have been making a lot of funny jokes about that. Which, yeah, I just found that, like, random fact really funny. Especially knowing that, like, Uriel's supposed to be kind of, like, actually a demon in terms of, what he's done and shit. He's done some really fucked up shit. He's literally, like, bound up and crucified in-game. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, also, I'm not gonna lie, the winter sale is really fucking wild at the moment on Steam. You saw the trailer for the Animal Farm movie? Oh, the one where, like, has, like, is it Seth Rogen and shit in it? Was it Seth MacFarlane? One of those lot. Yeah, I have seen that one, yeah. I'll be honest, I'm probably not gonna watch it. Or at least I'm not gonna watch it in cinemas. I can say that with damn certainty. Because it's... Yeah, it just reminds me of, what's it fucking called? The movie is taking a big stinking doodle on the book and its message, yeah. It reminds me a lot of, was it Sausage Party? Was the name of the movie? The food one, right? And I'm gonna be honest, that movie, while had some funny moments, God, I don't want to. Yeah, I agree. I don't really want to remember that movie. My friend told me that it's a fun movie to watch, and I fell for it. It has, like, again, the problem with so many of those movies that, like, Seth MacFarlane does is that they've got sometimes actually quite an interesting premise. and a couple of, like, funny moments, but God, it's just so filled with a shitty, like, the shitty type of humor that it has, that's so not for me, that it becomes, like, just impossible to keep following. Right? Like, there's so much wrong with it. There's so much wrong with it. And it's what I'm, like, looking at with the fucking, that farm movie, the Animal Farm, is it's just, it looks like it's gonna be the same shit again. Where I'm gonna watch it, I'm gonna giggle at a couple of moments, and then I'm just gonna get so fucking tired of the toilet and, like, American humor that I'm not... This is the thing. I haven't met very many people that actually liked that movie. And I've talked to Americans. Like, most of the people I hear from don't like that movie. Or don't like those movies. And, like, that's one of those things of, like, who's the audience for this? Because I'm gonna be perfectly honest, if you go to, like, maybe 14-year-old Malith or something like that, he'd probably enjoy that movie. More than he definitely should, because he's being a dumbass. But, like, those movies aren't for 14-year-olds. Is that what Seth MacFarlane does? Is he makes movies for, like, under the age bracket they're supposed to be at, so, like, they're funny for them, and then the parents get dragged along, and the parent is a caregiver, and giving their say-so, and going, okay, and then turn up, and they go, God, I want to fucking gouge my eyes out. Actually, more to rip my ears off at that point, because of the fucking stupidity of it all. Like, that... And again, I feel like I'm being ultra negative towards the movies, and I'm like... I feel like I'm being too negative. I try and be objective, like, try and be, like, reserved with things, but, like, I just genuinely get upset with those movies. It tires me the fuck out. Anyway, random, side fucking joke, here you go. The movies are ultra negative to my brain cells, yeah. Again, I agree. The fact that it does just genuinely remind me of, the Sausage Party one, like, that's why I'm like, I kinda don't want to watch it. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest as well, from the trailer, I know exactly what happens in the movie. So, why would I watch the movie now? Like, I'm gonna be honest, that's the same with Sausage Party. You watch the trailer for Sausage Party, you know exactly what happens in that movie. You don't need to watch it. You've got the plot in your head. You only watch it because you want to see the humor, and I'm gonna be honest, there's no real good humor in those. Like this here, this is funny. This is actual funny. Right? It's tastefully funny as well, because you don't see it all the time. And even if you do see it all the time, it just becomes boring at that point. But it's funny. That's funny. That's humor. Not shoving down the same fucking joke over and over and over again, and it just be sex and toilet humor. Anyway. Oh, did you see? And I wanna like see if I can find it, because I swear there's no way it's fucking real. But because like it's such a shit post, but so much reported on it. I need to look into it. It looks like it's a spit to the face of the original author who made the book about political commentary here. Yeah, like, it's because, again, I could tell all of the political commentary from the trailer. Okay, yeah, no, this is actually a fucking real thing. You guys ready for the most wild fucking, news? And I'm sure you've probably heard it, but it's really fucking funny. So apparently, Trump has, announced a new, like, competitive game series, called the Patriot Games, as part of the country's 250th celebration. And what the Patriot Games is gonna be is that every different state will put forward 2 competitors, male and female, to compete in the games. Now, I'm sure many of you just had a fucking moment going, hang on a minute, I've heard this before. Isn't this the plot of Hunger Games? Yeah, exactly, Devil. It's like, you hear like the concept, you're like, hang on a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. You can't just announce we're doing the fucking Hunger Games. It's so fucking dumb. Oh my god. And the best part about it is that all the news outlets that I saw posting about it were like pop culture ones that normally posted like movie trivia shit, and it's all of them posting this with like an image of Trump and then the image of the Hunger Games. And I'm like, it's not really good when you announce something and it's immediately compared to something like the fucking Hunger Games. It's fucking wild. It's such a, like, out-of-pocket kind of thing. It's so funny. Like, I don't give a shit what it is, but, like, it's not what I was expecting to hear. Like, that's fucking wild. That he straight up announced the equivalent to the fucking Hunger Games. I can't, man. I fucking can't. Holy shit, what's next? The fucking Purge? Like, god damn it. It's so dumb. Oh, and I don't care if that wasn't intentional or not. Like, it's just so funny. Oh, I really, again, that was just it. When you hear it described the way they described it, it invokes nothing but that thought. And for the fact that, like, if you go through all of the Hunger Games stuff as well, like, they build a grand, like, separation between the capital and everywhere else, and Everywhere else is treated subclass, and then the rich get richer, and all these sorts of things. Under the again, I don't want to go into political commentary, but fuck me, it's really funny. It's really funny. It's genuinely that one scene from Back to the Future where it's like, hey, I've seen this one. It's a classic. I can't wait, eh? I can't wait. That's gonna be so fucking funny to me. Next we're gonna have Elon Musk pay for making special government supercomputer that's gonna call it not Skynet. Oh god, it's just... It shouldn't be as funny as it is. Because again, it's actually something that, like, when you genuinely think about it, it's really fucked up, but god is it fucking funny. I feel like the AI will eventually go there. Ah, nah, the AI bubble will burst in like 5 years' time. Or within 5 years. I still have to wonder how long it's gonna take, eh? Like, we talked about this a lot the other day, with the fact that it's basically, it's just like 3D all over again. Gonna be reduced to 5 total people population wide, and then we're just gonna kill each other. Hell yeah. was the anime I finished last night? It was like, it was a fun one, now that I think on it. Oh, you know one that I did start watching last night? I only watched a little bit of it. Was, oh, fuck, what was it called? It's basically a guy gets reincarnated, but like while he's getting reincarnated, he negatives his own looks so much that he gets like a gazillion points and becomes a god, like power level. And it's just really funny. Because it's just dumb fun. It's just dumb fun. I've only watched like 2 or 3 episodes of it so far. It's just good. Good times. No, there was one that I finished last night though. What was it that I finished? It was like, the guy was tutoring a noble or something like that. He was OP as shit, but like, it's normal. They're all fairly recent anime. But no, the ugly one's really just, it's so dumb. Uncle from Another World would be fun for you. Oh, isn't that the one where he like comes back? Like that's the guy that's like an old, like he's the uncle from an isekai that like he just returned. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that one's been one that I've been wanting to actually put my time aside to watch. Because I didn't watch it at the time, and I know I'll enjoy it. It definitely looks like the sort of fun that I'd have. Or something I'd have fun with, I should say. We talked about this like a few months ago. Yeah, again, I try and watch recent-ish at the moment, but I do go back to watch stuff. The problem is, the itch I'm having for anime at the moment is something that I can't accomplish without, like, really digging at the moment, because I kind of want to just have, like, a bit of a vibe series where it's very much like your Senko-san sort of stuff, where I just can, like, relax watching it. Because, God, I need to have something that I can just kind of chill out with. It's just really hard to find a series like that without, like, digging hard, and I kind of can't be asked digging hard to find something right now. Hey, Electus. How's it going? What's up? Fucking the sky. No, just game div. Just game div stuff. Okay. What should I get done now? Other than, like, the leveling up properly for Neuro, which is simply... And... it's 0.5 and... That should be good enough for now. I see Game Maker. Yep, no, Game Maker. Game Maker Studio, yep. It is exactly that. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this looks in-game. Your VTuber character is lagging? Yeah, surprisingly enough, when you're trying to run dev software, it lags. I know, I can't do anything about it. Alright. Now, I do need to tweak how the pickup works on this, because at the moment it doesn't look like it's actually picking up properly. Like the area, like a player does. I'm not sure as to why. Like, it can pick up by collision, but that's not surprising. Okay. Well, that fucking makes this easy. So now she should be very, capable of clearing enemies on her own. Get Forgotten Poem as well. One of these days I'll actually update the sprites. But for now, it is fine. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about earlier, by the way, with the locking it to no longer being the target, but a target point is better, because it means that, like, those bullets, in a sense, keep traveling, so it means that it kind of creates a bit more clutter, but it looks better than just them getting vaporized. Aren't they supposed to be targeting additional targets, though? Am I wrong in feeling like at the moment it's not doing that? Isn't it supposed to be this level that they shoot at multiple targets? It only feels like they're targeting one at the moment. I still need to add a cooldown to the that never happened trigger. Why are the drones not showing up more for levels? Have I screwed up the leveling on them? Or am I just getting unlucky? I'm gonna just force some levels here. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're getting multiple beams, basically. Which is what they should be getting. They should be shooting at more than one target. They don't feel like they are there. Okay. So what is the code for that specifically? That's the move function. That's the step function. This is the attack function. So value 3, which is fire streams, gets a +1 on level 3. Nearest to the owner. Should be finding the next nearest. Why is it not doing that? Why is it doing that? Why isn't it doing what I'm telling it to do? It's greater than or equal to the minus, so that's the left side setting. And less than or equal to x plus, so that's the right side set. So it should be a 300 by 300 square around the player that it should be checking for. I could probably widen this up a little bit. Yeah, no, this is leaving me, like, slightly concerned as to why it's not doing as it's expected. Why are you not working as intended? So we're looking for specifically the main weapon upgrades. There we are. I need one more level on it. There we go. It still looks like they're only firing a single stream. Target 0, and then says target. I'm gonna write a thing here. Now, I'm gonna just quickly take away this value, just so I can test this a bit clearer. So we only have 2 drones at that level. Actually, no, I could just fucking have the initial value be higher. Let's set it at 3 fire streams, so we can test it. So I'm gonna have to look at the debug text for quite a bit of this. It is? Okay. Maybe it's just not noticeable? Okay, so I guess that means I might need to spread out the number a little bit. What if I'm misunderstanding this? Let's see. I just want to test something. See if this resolves the issue. Just weirdly enough. Okay, so they're firing fine. There we go. I think that's the issue. Is I think 0 and 1 are akin to the same in the way that that code works. So they were firing at the same target. Weird, but I think that's what was happening. So it doesn't want an instance 0, it wants an instance 1. For the nearest. Either way, it's working better looking now. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I was just slightly distracted by something. Okay, so now that that's working a little bit more as intended, filtered, I still need to potentially do a replacement system, for handling how shields get done. So I can get, like, percentage-wise what it should be currently. Yeah, this actually shouldn't be too hard to do, actually. Because all I should need to really do is var, percent equals 1. And then have the current be struct. Actually, no, we can do that even differently. Just have this as value. Whoops. Underscore struct dot value 0. Change this to current. Then we can have current here. And then we can have current equals dot should be that, right? So this now should make it that when you reintroduce the shield on leveling up, we don't actually give you more, like, you don't just immediately have your shield restored to full, the current full. It should just go to what it was at the time. Which makes it a lot more balanced, because god, it leveling up and becoming its maximum value, especially for this one being such a high value as well, probably not acceptable long term. There's a very easy way to test this as well, is we just need to level up filtered once. And we can see it increasing instead. Cool. I still keep looking at the weapon and thinking it's too weak, initially, but it scales so fucking insanely. So it's such a hard one to balance for. I feel like it needs to have more than one fire stream. More than one initial fire stream, and that makes it fine. Keeping in mind that, again, we're going to tune down how much gets spawned initially. That should give you enough power base-wise to compensate. Especially knowing, eventually, I'm gonna set this up, and I might as well set this up now, while I'm thinking about it. What is the variable that I need for this? I need... this value. So now the amount of drones spawning is amplified by the projectile count. So we're not going to increase the amount of basically projectiles the drones produce. We're counting the drones as the amount of projectiles that are going to be coming in. Which I think scales more interestingly. Because the scope of power of +1 projectile to the drone count is a lot more than... This is why I'm saying, like, I don't want to do both. I want to do one or the other. I feel like adding one more drone late game means more, or is more interesting than more beams. Right? It's also just easier to code for, I'll be honest. That's definitely an important side of it as well. Okay, God, you know one thing that I've been itching for at the moment? So I think I was talking to myself about yesterday. Yes, I talked to myself. But, one of the things I was talking to myself about yesterday was, how, like, I can feel I'm on the verge of burnout again with Warframe. And I'm being very cautious about it, because, like, I want to play more of it, but I also feel like I'm getting to that, like, line again. Where if I play it too much more, on my own especially, it's just gonna make me want to not play. And I was thinking that I need to do something to detox it. So what I'm thinking I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna read something. But last night I'm like, I'm not gonna read something, because if I read something at the time I was deciding this, I'm not finishing until late into the night, and I wanted to have good sleep. So it's like, this is my thought process yesterday. Was me going through it all and just going like, I want to read something. Reading something's bad. I want to watch an anime. If I watch an anime now, I'm getting to bed late. So I decided to meet myself in the middle, finish off one series I was partway through, and start a little bit of a series, and then go to sleep early. But God, I want to read something right now. I'm trying to think of a good, like, manga to read, or webtoon, something. But yeah. I thought that was just a really fucking dumb scenario. So yeah, in the near future, I'm gonna just, like, sit there and read for, like, a day, I think. It's my goal. To be fair, again, there's a reason why I want to take, like, the first few days of next week off. To just, like, detox myself from a couple of things, set myself up for around the Christmas time. There's a chance I might end up being busy Christmas Eve to, like, Christmas morning, sorting something out, but I have yet to hear confirmation about that. The problem of, it'd be Christmas Eve for me, Christmas Eve for whoever the fuck else it is. We'll see. Again, I'll keep all informed as things happen. But yeah, no, Monday and Tuesday should be fine. Right. Monday and Tuesday, 22nd and 23rd. So maybe we'll be able to do a fun stream thingy on Christmas Eve, my side, and then go into Christmas. I do want to stream on Christmas, no matter what, though. Damn. Yawn. Sorry about that. Okay. So, Nero is just missing at this point, really, like, a little bit more cleanup and the knockback on her, ability. Her second ability. Which I'm waiting on that because I want to set up an entire logic architecture for knockback. That kind of mimics what I used to have, but slightly more refined. So, that's very much not something I'm going to do right now. I do want to add the cooldown to it. So, I will add that. That should give us a 1 second cooldown between triggers. I think it will be enough. I might lower that if I feel necessary, but I just don't want it to be triggering too frequently, because if it triggers too frequently, we cause problems. Then... Oh, apologies. Yawn. Let me guess. Yeah, figured as much. I do need to check out the abilities of the other characters, because we've not really tested them out effectively. They shouldn't have too much in the way of problems, but it is something we should probably test. See what we see with Mumes. Should be fine though. It'll be weird, I'll get to control the character for the first time in a while, because I've just been working so much with Neuro. Oh yeah, I still don't have a run animation for Mume. I should fix that. Really like to hit the ability, level it up. That would help testing it. Journey of Growth, there we go. Okay, so the burst of movements... Oh no, that was Bloodlust that triggered there. Doesn't look like I'm getting the pickup range amplification correctly. And because I can't really test the damage mid-run. Oh, that was a Bloodlust trigger. Jesus. I probably need to, like, really look at the pickup code, because it hasn't been touched in a while. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah. So pickup range amplification doesn't feel like it's functioning currently. I need to do some, like, digging into that one at a later point. And the only way to look at the other stuff is to be able to see stats, which I haven't really... We should probably start setting that up, actually, displaying certain stats. Just a real basic version of it all. Might be a good shout. Be part of one of the things I do want to get done, which is starting to get tooltips implemented, like very basic in tooltips. That'll probably be a good shout. I am curious as to like how I should modify certain things though, because something I've been curious about recently. Would it be better to have, like, a flat value of damage and then have, like, the weapon's percentage modify off that? Hmm. Also, I did have good fun with that meme I sent this morning. Before stream? Yeah. This one made me chuckle. All things spells. A spell used for negotiating with shopkeepers, helping allies in close quarters combat, and orphans reunite with their parents. What is fireball? Correct! My favorite kind of fucking spell, man. Dude, I'm just here to help out the orphans. They want to meet their parents, right? Oh, that's a meme I should send to my friend. Actually, I'll do that now quickly. Alright, there we go. Okay, so where am I with these? So I clearly need to do something about pickup. Otherwise, that's fine. Not really an easy way to test the rest without seeing stats live. Right? Yeah. Cool. Alright. So that means... Where am I? What is the list of things that I had to get done again? Tooltip system. Do I really want to get started on the tooltips? I probably should. I can get started on the system, doesn't mean I need to implement it. So we're actually going to make another group for it. I probably should actually make a umbrella thing. Then to UI. So I need to create a script for that's right, I can't have space in those. So function text convert. So we're going to need string array. Then we're going to need a width, a height. It's not used for height. I can't. How can I not remember to spell something like height after all this time? It's one of the words that just doesn't work in my head, eh? Go with that. So this is going to be on a draw step. So let's start writing down the notes for this. So wow, that was I'm putting So what we're gonna need is create surface to draw to. Then on the surface, create text. Oh, draw. So no, before surface we need to how do I do it in the last one? Because I'm gonna have to steal a lot of the code from my old project on this part. Because this gets really finicky really quickly. Because what we're gonna have to do is we're going to have to basically go test pre-test text length against width if gets to be longer, put it on new line. So this is what I did last time. The slight difference I had was that eventually what we would do is we would scale down the text size once it got too large. When it got too far to like both the height and the width comparatively, it would scale down the text size into smaller text. That's where we get the problem of what we had before. What I'm aiming to do here is I'm going to try and make it so we draw to a surface so you can scroll on the surface. So we are going to have to pull hover, like, is hover over with mouse. So we're gonna have to check if it is getting hovered over by the mouse to the surface. Because what we'll need to do is we're gonna scale we're gonna have to have an offset for that. So we might actually have to change the... Oh god. Okay. This is gonna get way more complex as we go. Text convert's gonna have to be a internal function to a struct. That's probably only the only valid way to approach this. So text equals how do I want to handle this? Do I want to do it that way, or do I want to do it, do that. We'll do that. So then we can separate this out. Function, draw surface, and then have this do a return function instead. Maybe. It's not getting a latch. Okay. Just gonna put this as -1 for now, because it's not gonna latch properly. Okay, surface width equals 1. Surface height equals 1. Okay. Yeah, it's not liking what I'm doing right now. It's annoying. I have to refresh the document to really get this to work properly. So, what I might do is I might have this. This is gonna be looking really weird. Okay, I have an idea. So we're gonna make a var text return equals bracket and then text return. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is so what we need to fuck. Find separate this out. Check text length against width. Then new line it with a new array. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do that. So array format example. This is the total array. This is the line. This is each point of different format. This is for formatting. Like that. This is the formatting. This is the string. Okay, I know what I need to do to make this visually more understandable. Do this. Do this. Okay, that gives me an example of what it's gonna look like. So no matter what, we always have a 2D array. And then we're going to have this as so space key equals that. So this is where we're going to put in keys. So what we mean by keys is basically denotions of when you see this, do this. So we're not actually going to write space, like we're not going to actually enable the text to acknowledge space exists. We're going to tell it each letter, or each word, separately. This will lead to writing looking much harder to do, but much more controlled long term. Because then what I should be able to do is say, if I want to input a stat, or some form of variable, I should be able to then put that in, and it will go, okay, I see this, what's after this? Is it one of these key? If it goes through the list of keys, if it's none of those, then move on. So variable keys will be an array. Probably actually don't need to have the space key like this. There we go. So this will be the syntaxing, basically. So we'll just put a vine as 1 and leave it at that. So we'll change the variable as it's getting inputted. For example, on certain variables, we'll want them being converted to like percentages. So it might be like 0.2, but like we're going to go, okay, this is 0.2 of this. So we want to indicate that like that's actually 20%. So we will times it by the variable to bring it up to being 20 when inputted into the variable keys. And then that way I can also put a symbol right afterwards. So this is where, like, again, I just need to be scouring my old document and copying over very specific syntaxing systems. Because it is just literally scour the text, go grab this. This should come out to being more writable than the old one by comparison, because the old one used to be like several arrays deep writing. This should make it that I don't need to write as arrays, but it does mean that I have the right spaces with this. But it means that I can like denote font changes and everything with it. So like if there's a case scenario where, for example, a font changes for a specific one or a color changes for a specific one, it will check that against the default and plaster that in, right? So we should actually probably have a set of font color C white as a default. Set that to C black, actually. I think C black's a better default text color. Alright, okay. Again, I should also reiterate, this is a system that is going to span so much and is going to have to be revisited so many times to update it. This is why I'm like being very slow with it, because I'm trying to figure out what I can be asked doing right now. Like, to what extent do I want to push it right now? Um... Oh, okay. Goddamn. Okay, I don't know what I want to play at the moment. Oh, that Warframe. God, it is a thought. God. Oh, you know what? There's a couple of shows that I really ought to, I ought to fucking do. Like, watch, I should say. There's a few shows that I've been meaning to do, and I just keep fucking delaying them. I mean, to be fair, there's so many movies. I rewatched. Well, I don't know if I rewatched because I don't know if I actually watched it originally. I watched The Terminal the other day. That was a really good fucking movie. Like, I miss like old Steven Spielberg, where he just made like good movies. Like, they're just good. They weren't like chasing anything in particular. They weren't him being a fucking asshole. They're just decent movies. Because who was it recently? Was it Steven Spielberg? There was a recent director that like basically shit talked one of his actors. I think it was Steven. I was just like, dude, you don't need to be an asshole. Um... Yeah, no, I miss some of the old-fashioned movies like that in early 2000s where they just felt more interesting to me. Didn't feel like there was such a weird prestige around them all. Now, what do I want to do? What do I want to do right now? Okay, sorry. Again, huge level of distraction that I shouldn't. Oh, that's a funny card that I just got sent. Breath Stealer's Crypt. 2 and a blue and a black. Enchantment. Whenever a player draws a card, he or she reveals that card. If that card is a creature, that player plays either 3 life or discards the card. God, that is a nasty card. There's a lot of ways I could make that go very silly. Very silly, very quickly. God. Hmm. Okay, sorry, I'm getting very sorely distracted because I'm just like, I don't really want to work on this fully right now because God, it's such an overarching thing. Alright. So offset equals 0. Okay, what else do I need for doing a text thing? Symbols can be handled relatively easily, because I just need denotions. I don't know anything else I really want to do right now on this. Would it be wrong of me to call it for today so I can just kind of like go play Warframe? I'm not gonna lie, I'm really tempted to just go play fucking Warframe right now. Or lie down and have a snooze. That's also on the fucking docket. I think I'm gonna write this in my free time, the rest of this, because it's just such a fucking nasty time. What I might do... Yeah, I'll sort that out later. I'll start setting up the proper defaults for all of this and have like a very simple system to test and showcase later. Aside from that, I don't think there's anything else I can think of, right? Yeah, I think that should be about it. Using this constructor architecture, by the way, is going to be an interesting one, because it could potentially lag quite a bit if I don't do it nicely. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making a surface internal to the constructor that what we're going to do is say, for example, I hover over an ability or a weapon. I then create this constructor on that hover over point, and it shows that constructor while it's hovered over. So I can give you all the information. A lot of it's pre-set up on that initial hover over point. My fear is that the weight of how harsh this constructor being made each time might be a problem. That will be up for debate, right? Ugh. The question is, do I need to have the line at the front? I think I might need to. Because what I'm going to probably do is I'm just going to do this, right? And it's everything in between the line and space each time. So it's kind of like that. So it's less that we're checking for this as the space, and it's just more that, like, we'll code out. We ignore the lines. The lines are what denounce each section of code. Each section of text. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Because it will reduce one bit of code that I have to do from the previous version of this in the other game. Because what we're trying to do is, again, we're trying to refine this process down because this is a piece of code that we need to be efficient. That's essential. Long term. The more efficient this code is, and the more universally it can be applied, because this has to be like a bit of code that we can use anywhere and everywhere. That's important. The more places it can be used, the better. Okay. Hi, how's it?
Alright, yourself?
Hating code.
Always.
Fucking trying to do a text converter architecture prep, which I'm not wanting to do. I'm gonna be honest.
I completely understand. Also, hello everybody.
Yeah. We got into the quiet part of the night, so I'm like kind of just going, oh, do I just fucking... I don't want to do this code, and I kind of want to just relax. I did make the character stuff pretty cool, though. I'm really happy with the one. I think I told you about this, is Neuro.
Yes, I believe so.
It's really fucking funny to me, because it's just it functions exactly how I would hope it would. There's one or two things I need to fix about it, but later. Draw surfaces. Fuck off then. Okay, I'll just... You don't even run. Why the fuck are you complaining? There we go.
Because why not? Just to fuck with you.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll showcase the funny part of how this again. This character's gone through a lot of iterations. I think it's really funny how they work now. What's it? Give it a sec. You know how it is. And there we go. Alright. Let me just drag over. So, this is what you control.
Yep, you showed me that part.
Yeah. So now she's a little bit smarter about some stuff with her movement. And these are what her weapon is.
Ah. Why is it getting... Does the character not yet take damage?
She does. She's got a shield. It's her, so Filtered gives a massive regenerating shield, which is an item, so anyone can get it, but it's kind of meh.
It's on that by base.
But it's on that by base. This is funny, though. It's not fully functioning, but what that is when she takes damage, she heals, and it will give a knockback as well. Well, chance it at all. But the drones, it's basically what? It's like a 12-second cooldown of a something second duration initially. It will overlap eventually. But the idea is that it's just... She summons more summons. So it is genuinely like the most dumb shit energy. You can go pick up experience, obviously. That was one of the big changes I needed to make. I haven't inputted her ultimate yet, so it's currently still using another one's. Which is the other one, which is this. Where you'll see a second, all those feathers will fly back at her and they'll drag any drops.
With them.
Yeah.
Which is that other person's...
Mume's.
Yeah.
But eventually what this will do, because you can kind of see already, these have two beams that are like two sets of target firings. If I'm just gonna force some levels quickly. It did have a system for forcing the correct things, right? I can't remember. It's a good movie though. It's a very funny movie.
That's what we're watching.
Yes.
And there's the other one.
Yee. But now it's like you'll get more drones, and the amount of drones spawn are based on the like amount projectiles thing.
Yep.
And then it's just they'll get more beams eventually, so it just becomes this fucking nightmare of fire rate. Whereas just like I'm just got multiple drones carving through the enemies. The recent change I made today was that instead of the drones targeting near themselves, they target near the player now.
Yep.
Which was a massive, massive change in their effectiveness, but it revealed an issue. Because the drones are all going to be firing at the same target, one of the cleanup things I had was when the target goes, any projectiles heading towards the target disappear.
Yep.
You can see that's not longer the case.
Yep.
Because it made it really obvious, and it made it look really awful that like a bunch of projectiles and then like half of them just disappear.
Yep.
So now
it go to target location.
It goes to target location, which is always the target.
Yep.
If the target exists. If it doesn't, then it will just finish the travel.
Yep.
To the last point. I do need to affect their Y coordinate stuff though. That's something that I really want to work on, but I can't be asked fixing it because I put a loose fix, but it didn't work.
Oh, you mean their coordinate?
Yeah. Their depth, basically.
Yeah.
But it is just really funny to me how they kind of work. It's just, I do need to get better with them being separated, but I don't know if I can be arsed doing the, like, pathing logic to fix them nudging against each other. Because the other core thing is that eventually I'm going to put in more different sprites.
Yeah.
So there'll be variety of which ones will spawn.
Is this supposed to slowly disappear that way?
Which one?
Is it supposed to be filled up or go down?
No, that's the shield.
Oh, yeah.
So red is health, that is shield.
Yep. Just double checking.
That's why she's got also like a super low health pool.
Yep.
Because normally it's like 700 or like nearly 1,000. She's very small, but that's because like her base shield is 300, and I think it increases by 50 per level.
Yep.
One of the other things I quickly tossed together today was a way of carrying over the current value, so when you level it up, it doesn't just automatically go to the maximum value. So that was something I had fucking going, which was bad.
Yep.
But, yeah. No, it's, I think this character's hysterically designed, is the idea that it's like, why do I get to control control my own character when I can just be a drone flying around that does nothing but can pick up experience at this stage?
So you are passively playing the game, no longer actively playing.
Yeah, which is why her passive's important, because by leveling this up, her decisions increase frequency.
Yeah, which means that
and she also makes smarter decisions eventually. So at this level, nothing changed. Next level, I believe she notices when her health is below half, and she tries to navigate the opposite of away from enemies instead of towards enemies. Because what she's currently doing is she's trying to navigate towards the closest enemy to her and to the drone. Trying to find a mixed ground between that. When it's the other one, it's the same concept but further away from enemies. So nearer to the drone, furthest point from an enemy. And then upgrade it again and she'll do path trimming. So instead of going much more like stricter movements you can currently see where it's very clearly showing a path system, we do this will be the thing. You're not going to notice that because she's not going to get low health. Fucking, where is it? Oh shit, that's right, that's not supposed to work. Why have you done this? I thought I fixed that a long time ago. Oh, it's because its abilities, and I haven't done the system to that. Point is that what she'll do is path trim like enemies do. So it's, unless it's a corner, it will remove the paths between that point.
And they'll just...
So instead of being like da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it will just go whoop. With the pathing.
It'll find the... it won't follow the strict lines. It will find the best way to...
Yeah, which technically makes her move faster by accident. Because obviously I'm trimming the excess points. So it means that like she's much... Since the pathing distance over time is still set as the base point. Where is it? There. That's the trim path system.
Oh, yeah.
So it just basically is checking, like, is there a collision line between it and the... Like...
The point.
Like, if there's a collision with terrain, don't cut this. And otherwise cut it out. So she'll move substantially faster because it is still, like, her going from this point. Instead of this point to this point to this point to this point, it's this point to this point. So it's the same time that would be taken to do that. So theoretically she's faster. Because it has to speed up that distance. So technically I should probably be doing something to accommodate that, but I honestly think it's funnier that she'll be able to move a lot faster and more efficiently. And I'm like, that actually makes a bit of sense. Logic-wise. But yeah, like, that's what I've got here, is action cooldown, check if health value, if all path trim. And it does lead to some really funny notes, like, for example, this. Check if health is low and if Neuro's smart enough to notice. I also have a shitpost thing here of Vidal's stream key for the ID of the drone that he is. The little turtle drone. Because he keeps asking for fucking everyone's stream key whenever someone has, like, tech problems, and he's like, oh, just give me your stream key. And it's like, you're not supposed to give that to people. So I find that really, really funny. But yeah, like, this is the logic here of checking current distance versus current minimal distance. And how it's literally just invert it for the health check. It's fun. And then pathing logic for the fucking drone.
The IDE is updated quite nicely. Can you click and drag on that like you can in Visual Studio and whatnot?
Can't. quite click and drag. Oh, you can if I hold the highlighted zone.
Yep.
But if I click it, it will go to the location.
Yeah. It's a lot of lines.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, this is my character stuff, so this is 4 characters.
Yep.
And this isn't even all of their code yet, because, like, it's still missing a lot of cleanup, some of the EXs are not fully functioning, and I haven't done any of the assists. So it's going to increase on length quite a bit between now and then. Which is a nightmare to do.
Yep.
Which is why I'm, like, technically I'm kind of done with all the core stuff right now. So what that's why I'm doing this stuff at the moment, because
Yep.
I need to get it done. But I do need to get some visual stuff sorted out, so it's nightmarish. I'm very, very exhausted with some of the stuff in this game, but it is in a hell of a good state.
I'm telling you to shut up on your stream.
Rude.
Hey, you know you love me.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we've got a lot of stuff sorted in this that I've also been working on in the background, like some of the player data architecture, like this, which is basically like a key system for I put the data in. I have a key that I'm gonna obviously change this when we go to make the thing, but it's basically it's gonna like basically jumble up everything in accordance with my key that I make.
Yep. And then it's gonna save all of your...
It's gonna save the player data, so this is theoretically a saved JSON-wise in a scrambled format, so you can't augment it easily.
Yep.
And then it's gonna reload it by checking against the key.
Yep.
So that's why, again, like I say, it's gonna get changed, because it's that sort of code. It's something that's figure-outable, technically. And again, it's if someone can figure out the key, they can change the player data, but this is my, like, soft way of going, like, hey, I don't want anyone and everyone to just, like, go into their settings and change what they have access to and what they... Like, I kind of want you to earn stuff in the game.
It reduces the fun of the game, depending on the person.
Like, it's... If I just go in and cheat in, oh, I've got everything unlocked, and I've got millions of currency and stuff like that, I feel like it's just boring.
Yep.
There's ways to get infinite currency, theoretically, and there's plenty of ways to grind it out, right, really simply. I'm intending that. I'm just wanting you to play the game. Yeah. I'm not against people augmenting things, I'm just, this game in particular, I have to be very cautious with, because the more you can modify, the more potential problems I have, because it's already a fucking legally dubious game, just because I'm mixing and matching so many different people and systems.
I understand.
So, yeah, gotta be cautious with that, because that's something that people have asked. It's like, oh, would you let it be moddable so we could add our own characters? I'm like, no. And why not? It's like, why wouldn't I? I'll just add, if you want a character added, fucking talk to me about it. I'll try and add them. Just expect it to take a while.
Yep.
Anyway, I think I will finish up here, because it'll just be easier so we can start watching shit. All that.
And he's also mentally done with programming.
I am very kind of done with programming. I was totally not, like, browsing Twitter constantly, just to try and find motivation. That's totally why you didn't come into me, like, literally scrolling.
Doom scrolling.
I do it from time to time to just find a topic to talk about, which it's easy to do, because I have curated my fucking thing so much. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. Bye! Watch how it's lag. There we go. It still can hear us, too. It's great.
Yeah, that's alright.
Now I need to fucking, while I'm doing all of this, you get to see, like, my kind of check-off system, so I see that it's done there, and now I can press the stop stream to guarantee that it's got the over point. Then I have to wait for this to load up. Most of it's there. Most of it. Not the RAM!